Hey guys, it's day 11 now. Yeah, time goes freaking fast. It's a little bit scary. And we're still building. We're still on the building phase. We're not on the distribution phase, but I guess we need to spend even more time on distribution. On marketing, because now anyone can build anything. Like basically anything. You can build any application. And in the future we will have a lot of different niche applications. Okay. A lot of niche applications. I'm trying to OBS. Okay. Okay. So I believe that actually it's a good time for indie developers because you can compete with big corporations with custom features, with some like you can just build application with something like, I don't know, Notion, with better integration to health data, something like this. Like you can build custom things that can make you different. Because, for example, application I'm building right now is a AI calorie counter, but it has features that I don't see in other application. I'm building it for myself actually, and I guess the best idea is to build for yourself, and you can finally find someone who will be interested in your product, because I guess there are many people like ourselves that have similar tastes, similar like need for features. They need similar features that are they not exist in current applications, current apps, and so I don't think it's a bad thing that you can build anything with AI. It's a greatest opportunity ever. Greatest opportunity ever. Okay. We'll continue to Epi app. So yesterday we were working on liquid glass, and I realized that actually we don't need light theme. We just need one theme. We don't need these different themes. Okay. You know what? I don't think that we need light theme. Okay, we need to clear it. No. Clear. Kick off. Okay, close all the stale sessions, and just make sure that we are now don't wasting any resources on useless things that aren't necessary in our current job, which is to make AppyMind App Store ready application and make it okay. What's about Appy App? Okay, it's because surface boarding is progress with no owner needs its own reviewer desk. Uh, okay, let's close everything that are. Oh, okay, you close it. That's pretty funny that it does everything like even before you tell it what it needs to do, it does it, and it's funny, pretty funny. Okay. So let's review all problems that we have. Let's review our questions and bugs. And also, I want you to implement the design where we don't have, where we won't have light theme, because I think now actually dark theme is more than enough. Like it's it looks great even during daylight, under the daylight, and in the evening it looks great as well. The only problem I have is that this contour, it looks not attractive. It looks, I don't like how it looks. You know, I don't like how it looks. Please, can you fix it? Can you make those like for breakfast, for example, we have oats roll, and it has a rectangle that kind of highlights this meal, but it looks ugly in my opinion. I guess we need something more nicer, or even remove this rectangle completely. Like it looks terrible, and I think that there can be a better approach to this designing decision. We may find some better approach to it, either removing it completely or making it more suitable for the current design that we have. Okay. Maybe. Okay, I finished. I have other thoughts. No. Later. Um, let's think about it. Let's think about it. Yeah, I guess hairline separation is much better. Yeah. Was it merged? Okay. Bit of completely. Appearance control. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Because in my opinion, like different themes are overrated for some applications. Yeah, in applications like okay, settings. Oh, it's not. Okay, light mode. Where you have like dark and white colors in different modes, it may be useful, but in my application, it's designed with like custom colors, with nice custom colors, which are good for any kind of environments. So I appreciate our colors. Okay. App Store ready. Worker B type mid task. It commits all free changes when it's pain. Worker free finishes properly. Uh, okay, let's move on to the birds. We wanted to generate 10 birds. I guess we had some prompts that were dedicated to those birds, and let's work on those this prompt. And also on my phone, application feels very laggy. So maybe we can review our code base. So to find some possible things that make it very laggy. Because for example now I open reflection tab and try to switch between month and week, and this animation where calendar compacts to a week line, this animation looks not smooth, and entire like user experience looks not smooth. Yeah, I'm not using not a pro version of iPhone, but still it feels like it should work great on all versions of iPhone, either pro or like basic iPhone should work great as well. So I would like you to fix this problem. I would like you to fix the problem with animation, maybe find some bugs that make this application slower, that may make it laggy, and fix it. Yeah, and maybe like let's talk about some possible things that can cause it. that can make it slow. I want to see how I would like to see how much this application weights. What is the weight of the application? What is the size of it? Okay. I want to open general iPhone storage. Let's enter EpiMind, EpiMind, 59 megabytes. I guess it's pretty good. Epi app. Okay, the prompt sorts one file show and they checked in determines quote fixed by legend from prompt files. Okay, EpiMind's onboarding. EpiMind onboarding. Okay. Did I update Obsidian? 1.13.4. Yes, I updated it. Okay. I want to open Birds API. Documents, coding, source, onboarding. What? Can you please tell me what it was doing, because I don't understand those names. When you explain me something, please explain what it was meant to do. And also dedicated to App Store, I understand. I will work on it later this month or maybe next month, because I need to create company and it takes a lot of time. And the second thing, which was dedicated to onboarding, what you need from me? Do you need do I need to test it from my phone? I would like to test it on my phone and tell you everything what I think about this new onboarding and tell my opinion on it. Okay, EpiMind, what's going on here? Birds 12 at once. Yes, let's open it. Are we on? No, we are not on. Here again, we have problems with internet connection. Copy. Let's mark down. Okay, let's open it in ChatGPT. Oh my god, I have internet problems again and again. It's terrible. What's going on Twitch? Let's see. Everything works fine. On x.com everything works fine as well. Twitch is fine. YouTube is fine. Well, time is flying and we on day 11 and we are still building. I think we are pretty much ready for distribution. I guess we need to finish like both applications this week and focus on marketing, focus on content creation. I will create some content. Okay. Birds. Still have internet troubles. I want to add birds. Okay. Shit. A lot of time. It takes a lot of time. We've had such a bad internet connection, but it's okay. It's part of journey. Okay. My God, terrible. Here are the birds. I added new birds, but I guess some of the birds are the same. They are similar to ones that we already have. So please make sure that we don't have similar two same birds on our application. Okay. What's going on here? What's going on? Simulator. Yeah, now it's much better. Much better. Yeah, it's great. It's great. It's amazing. Okay, I want to add some breakfast. Check cottage cheese. Okay, okay, okay. I think we have like, we need to have like this. Okay. Oh. No, please. Okay. Can you make sure that whenever we whether we want to send something, when we click on the amounts that we want to change, it needs to give us the ability to change everything. Like it needs not only to add a cursor to the end of the number, but to it needs to select the entire number. So if we have like 42 grams of something, it needs to select 42. It's but now it's only adds cursor to the end of the number. But in practice, when we want to change something, we just change entire number. We don't want to like delete one number, delete second number, delete maybe third number in order to change it. So it adds some friction, but I want to make sure that our application it has as little friction as possible, as little like it needs to feel natural. It needs to feel like very very detailed in terms of UX. So and it's pretty important in my opinion. Being able to select the whole number to in order to change it. Okay, first problem is first problem. First problem. We noticed first problem. Here is the first problem. Our logo number text overlaps with the logo, so make sure that it's not overlapping. Also, the progress bar is also not centered. It looks weird. It's not symmetrical, and it needs to be fixed. So I want to maintain weight, gender male. How old are you? Again, we have some lags. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I forget to stop it. Okay, second screen, how old are you? It also looks a little bit weird. Maybe we need to make this scrolling view bigger and remove yeah, just make it bigger and use best practices. Now it looks ugly, honestly. Maybe you can find some examples on the internet of how you can make those scrolls look better, because now it looks ugly. Maybe I can find you an example by myself. Wait. Collections, library, collections. Okay. Oh no. Probably had it. Onboarding. Okay, I don't. Let's make a screenshot. Why do we have this second rectangle? It looks ugly. The second rectangle looks ugly, and we need to fix it. We shouldn't have it. We should have nice one nice rectangle, and that's it. Yeah. This message about no shaming also looks strange. It's not a club of. Okay, strange. It's not a club of people who have problems. It's we help to deal with problems. We not shame. That's a fact. Yeah, but why should we just add it to? And also remove the message that is telling that the food diary lives on the device, because it's not true. We actually talked about it and we decided that we will have cloud services, and users will store their data on cloud services, but the idea is that they can actually just they can export their data when they want. And that's it. We are giving a user opportunity to get their own data in nice formats, to maybe to connect it to their AI agents, or actually lately we will be able to add MCP server or something like this, so user will get all of the data directly to Claude or other favorite AI agents to talk about it, using their favorite tools. What's going on at NP-Mind? Yeah, that's not a problem. We will have like smaller birds. That's it. That's not a problem. Let's add them because smartphone. I guess smartphone screen is small and it won't make it won't. It's not a big deal to have different size of birds because they will look they well they will look nice on any device because they are just small pixel small birds. We are not using like super big TVs to work on this application, so it's not a problem. Implement those birds and let's work on other what problems that we may have. What's going on? Yeah, let's work on a calendar view. And also, please tell me what's going on a simulator. Why you're running it? Why you're running our old style? Light. Piano shots. Oh, that's better. Ah, no, 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 no. Still have problems. Mm. Okay, again, it has some problems. Okay, after we finish everything, let's plan an engineering review. Because I think it's important to make sure that everything works fine after we made a redesign, after we made a new onboarding view. We need to make sure that everything works fine, works correctly. We don't have any leftovers from previous features that are not longer necessary. So I would like you to fix those issues if you will find them, and after you fix them, let's just move forward to actually making some screenshots for application. But now, well, what I want you to keep in mind is that you need to work on engineering review of our code base, because there will be a lot of leftovers from features that are no longer exist, from things that are no longer exist in entire code base in our application. Like, we don't need them anymore, and you need to make sure that everything is safe, everything can be worked. Everything will work on different phones, different devices, and just do general engineering review, find some possible problems. I don't understand what it's doing. Okay. No. Keep in mind. No, I don't want it here. What's going on? I don't understand. I don't understand. What are you doing in the simulator? Why are you running this in say in assistant mode or something like this? Like it looks like what? It just scrolling down the screens, different screens on application, and that's it. It doesn't do anything. What's going on? Okay, let's read maybe some articles. I would like to read it. Existing personal wikis or personal knowledge management tools Rome, Obsidian, Org Mode make highly limited use of the way of powerful language and could generate new neural networks. LLMs like GPT-4, limited to minor improvements such as suggesting relevant links or offering copy editing suggestions. This is due less to lack of neural network capability than the difficulty of integrating them into the document systems, all designed in paradigms long predating LLMs. If Vannevar Bush or Douglas Engelbart were designing NeuraWiki from the ground up to be to for taking GPT-4 level LLMs for granted, what would that look like? Yeah, it's actually interesting idea. Oh shit, my session token limits are running out. Well. They will be resetted in 1.5 hours. Okay, I will just read articles. Maybe let's ask Claude or ChatGPT to. Okay, I'll ask Chat. Oh, I forget to switch to desktop view again. Okay. Please generate. Generate HTML file that will explain his idea with some visual examples of like implementation of his Nanex idea. So like I will be able to touch it on browser and see like how it can look in real life. So to make sure that it will be to kind of feel like practical approach to his theoretical idea and how it can look like and what it needs to have to work better than current LLMs plus Obsidian. Can you make sure that everything will be tested without the taking control of my computer? So now it just took control of my computer to test the application in the simulator, but I don't like it. I want to control my computer by myself. So please, can you make sure that computer use is not allowed? It can test applications, but in its own kind of sandbox. I don't know if it's possible, but I think it's possible because, for example, other simulators are working well without my cursor, but here for Epioneum it takes my cursor and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay. Is the stream running well? Yes, it's running well. Oh, I'm tired of those. And can you please make sure that whenever something happens on the simulator, it's not overlapping with my browser? So I'm reading article and it overlaps with a browser, and I don't like it as well. So can you make sure that it won't happen whenever I read browser, wherever I read some articles? But at the same time, I don't want to limit its capabilities to test applications in the simulator. So like we need to find some kind of balance between testing, being able to test, control some applications in the simulator, and messing up with my environment, my own environment, where I can read, where I can watch some videos, I can read some articles, and it just distracts me a lot. Oh shit. I hope streaming is alive. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue our read. What's going on here? Okay. 3:30. 3:30. Well, it feels like it's soon it will die. Is it? What about ChatGPT? Okay. Okay, he tells like it can imitate you, but give me examples how it will look like, how you think it will look like. Because yes, I as well, I understand that's a great idea to be able to create some kind of ultra personalized LLMs that will kind of treat you, that will build personally for you, but and build some Obsidian-like tool that is built personally for you. Actually, I'm kind of building this tool. I'm kind of building my own Obsidian Vault, my own Obsidian journey. I guess later I will tell about it, about this vault, about this approach. So my approach is it's to treat the whole life as an RPG game, and I have tasks which give me some experience points, XP, for different spheres of life. Like if I did sport, I will get some XP for health to my character. If I did some, I don't know, coding stuff, business stuff, I will get experience for my business category. And it's interesting to create some kind of quests. For example, I have 150 minutes of cardio per week quest, which gives me XP if I finish it, and each cardio session gives me XP. But quests are much bigger because they need your attention over a long period of time. Like each task, yeah, it's pretty important because our life has only now moment. It's we don't have future, we don't have past, we only have now. We only have now, and but it's still easier to do things like just one thing and get XP for it. But it's much harder to keep doing it over a long period of time, even if it's just 1 week. To do 150 minutes of cardio, you need to do like 3 runnings per week, and sometimes it's hard to do. You go somewhere, the weather is bad, you're traveling or something like this, your leg is you have some injury, and I understand that those, at least for me, this gamification approach, it helps a lot. It helps a lot, and I appreciate it, and I really like it. So let's see what he's talking about. Okay, instead of being hobbled by a cloud, the wiki represented not a set of static files with implicit header, but a small revision control system of functional programming style as a history of edits in a master log. The LLM simply learns to predict the next action in the log using dynamic evaluation, fine-tuning for scalability. Mikolov. Tomasz Mikolov. Okay. Recurrent neural network based language model. Okay, RNNs, I studied RNNs, and what's his point about recurrent neural network? But why RNNs in like when he wrote it in 2023? Why RNNs, not transformers? Maybe because of the dynamic nature, or user edits, references, additions, spell checks, only vocabulary additions, summarization updates on new outdated pages are just more actions for the LLMs to learn to predict on the fly. It can flexibly use embeddings and retrieval. Yeah. It's interesting. Like these latent space representation of data. Yeah, maybe it's a good idea to create some kind of personal latent space for your own data and generate like your personal embeddings, and they will have different dimensions compared to general embeddings, because, well, I guess every person, like if we kind of simplify, if we kind of make it abstract, is also latent space where you can put all of its values, all of person's goals, ideas, conditions, health condition, life views on this latent space. It will be unique, and I guess it's a good idea to make some kind of dating applications based on those embeddings, those latent spaces. Like you can find people who are closer to you in all dimensions of life. Like if you have like I don't know, this line, this like multi-dimensional line of views on family, they align with the lines of with the same line of multi-dimensional line about views on family from other person. You will be connected, you will be it's higher chance that your life will be better, you will be better together. So okay. What's going on? Is it working? It's not working. Okay, I already read it. Well, I don't agree with if we talk about scientific papers. Actually, influential papers, they will be relevant even like in, well, maybe not in 100 years. In 100 years, it will be something like history, and I guess it will be easier to learn the topic by reading some, by watching some lecture, like rather than reading some article. For example, article by Darwin. It's easier to understand evolution by watching some lecture about it, and or reading some chapter and book rather than read this weird old-fashioned article. Okay, he talks a lot. Do we have internet connection? Yes, we do. Yeah, customized tokenization is an interesting idea. Okay, what about this video? Okay. Okay, we will be we hit the limits and they will be unblocked in 1 hour. But that's fine. We'll just work on our things. I will eat. Which video about motion graphics because I'm also interested in content creation. Okay. Well, maybe let's ask Grok. Will it be able to generate HTML?
After the gig, I'm taking. Not sure you. Just so much. Pair strap, I don't know, but there they are. We need back. Back up at the garage! No!
Ask Grok about.
just didn't think it was going to be this good. So far, every image that I've thrown at it has been animated into perfect animations with zero problems or mistakes. I'm not exaggerating at all right now. You can type in whatever you want, download that image, upload it into Seedance 2.5, ask it to animate it, and what used to take 5 hours of work and 5 years of practice now takes 5 minutes. As an editor myself, I can't say that I like that, but I also don't not like it. So let me show you what I've been able to create, and then you can try it yourself. So we're going to be trying out a lot of different motion graphics so that you can see what works best. Seedance 2.5 just dropped a couple of hours ago in Higgsfield, so that's what we're going to be using. The link for that is down below. But basically, as you can see, we have a slider here that can go up to 30 seconds. So now we can generate videos up to 30 seconds in one prompt, and we can actually upload up to 50 references now. The main thing I noticed with this update is it doesn't mess up text anymore, especially if you ask it not to mess up the text. With the results being a lot more accurate now, I've been using lots of Gemini and Claude to build my prompts for me. This obviously allows me to get more complex motion graphics. So there are two ways we can go about creating these. We can find a reference and then generate an image with GPT-2 or Nano Banana, and then ask Seedance to animate it. This is for if you know exactly what you want and need it to look a certain way, because essentially it's just going to follow the image you give it. Or we can ask an AI chat like Grok or Gemini to generate us a super in-depth prompt, and then we can just paste that in directly. We're going to get to this part a little bit later, and I'm going to upload a bunch of references, and you're going to see how that works. So as you can see, I've opened up some Pinterest tabs here. Here's one for kind of Apple UI. Here we have kind of a more cinematic approach. Here I found some widgets, and then for a more stylized motion graphic, I found this image. So what I'm going to do is save all of these as an image, and then we can drag this image into an AI chat. For this case, I'm just using Gemini because it's really cheap, and if we use the pro version here, I found it gives us really good prompts. I'm just going to write to deconstruct this image and give me a prompt for a new image. I just want you to change the text and change the name of the button in the corner to Zane and also make it green. Then we're going to come to the image tab in Higgsfield here, and we're going to select GPT image 2, make sure that we're on 4K, and then here we can paste in the prompt that Gemini gave us. So as you can see, it's going to give us an image like this. Now I can drag that image into Seedance 2.5. So I'm just going to write turn image 1 into a motion graphic. I want the two bars to slide up, and I want the mouse to hover over the green button and click it. And at the end, I just write keep the text perfectly intact. If this was more complex, I would get Gemini to write me a new prompt for this specifically, but because it's pretty simple, I'm just writing this. So here it gave us something like this. It took about 3 minutes, and if I were to do this in an editing software, it would probably take me like 20 minutes. This one was just a simple one to start, and now we can get a little bit more advanced. So same thing, I'm going to save this image as, upload it to Gemini, deconstruct this image and write me a prompt for it, make sure all the words are in English and change a few elements so that it's custom to me. Now once we paste this here into Higgsfield, we're going to get an image like this. So now I'm going to drag that into here. And again, I'm just going to write turn image 1 into a motion graphic. I want the pictures to pop in with a bouncy animation, and then the black string attaches and connects them all. Keep all the text high quality and intact, no blurriness. And I'm going to set the duration to 6 seconds, and then hit generate. And here's the results it gave us. As you can see, none of the text is messed up or blurry or anything like that. Moving on to kind of a clean widget animation, we're going to save this as an image. We're going to upload it into Gemini, and same thing, ask it to generate as a prompt and change the images inside the widgets. I'm also adding here that I want text above the first image and text below the second image saying house 1 and house 2 with an arrow. And then once we paste that into GPT image 2, it's going to give us an image like this. Now we can upload that image into Seedance 2.5. And here I just wrote again, turn image 1 into a motion graphic. I want the widgets to pop in with a bouncy animation, and I want the text to write out letter by letter with a bouncy text animation. And again, I always add keep all of the words high quality and intact. Going to hit generate. So here's what it gave us. As you can see, there's almost no way to tell that this is AI. So now for this motion graphic, we can get a little bit cinematic here. I'm going to save this as an image, and I'm going to upload this into GPT image 2. With this one, I don't need a crazy prompt. I'm just going to write using this style of chess piece. I want you to create me a cinematic environment. I want a gray background with cinematic lighting, and I want words that say never found beside it with an arrow pointing. And it's going to give us something that looks like this. So now I'm going to grab that and upload it into Seedance 2.5. Turn image 1 into a motion graphic. I want the horse piece to rotate up, and I want the letters to animate in with a bouncy text animation. Keep the words high quality and intact, no blurriness, and I want smooth camera motion. For this one, I'm going to keep it 4 seconds and hit generate. And then here is what it gave us. So now we can try one without using a direct reference, and we can just gather a bunch of tiny references and give it a crazy prompt and see what it gives us. So I'm going to come to Pinterest here. And here, I can begin screenshotting just a bunch of references. So we'll go with this one as well, screenshot that, and then we can screenshot this one, and then we'll also screenshot this one. Now here in Gemini, I'm going to describe what kind of animation I want and just give it as much detail as possible. Now we're going to paste that into Higgsfield along with all of our references, and we're going to make sure to at our references. So for example, at image 1 here, at image 2, at image 3, and keep in mind, you can do up to 50 references now. So once we have everything ready, we can select our time. For this one, I'm going to do a bit longer maybe, and hit generate. As you can see, this is more than good enough to use in your own projects or your client's projects. So give it a try yourself, and let me know in the comments if you think it's good enough for you to use in your own workflow, and then also let me know what you guys want to learn next.
"30 years ago, Toy Story came out, and it took 7 hours to render just a single frame."
All my AI agents into Buzz, and I love it. I used to have 5 windows open, one for Claude Code, one for Codex, one for Hermes, 5 windows open. And Telegram, web browser, desktop interface, command line interface, different agents on different interfaces with no context shared between them. It was really difficult, and it gets worse when you're working with a team. I communicate with my colleagues on Discord. I try to bring Hermes in to help with taking notes and taking action after our meetings, but it was a total disaster. It polluted the chat, didn't know what was going on. Every agent worked individually, but not AI agents, all of them. It's rules and share settings in that you can chat with your teammate. You can have one by one. Now, use a Claude Code 22 videos. How many views I'm getting on my screen. Feel it. Take workflows for example.
3 years ago, House of the Dragon came out, and it still took 7 hours to render a single frame, even though computers are literally 1,000 times faster now. How come? And how does AI do all of this in only 7 seconds? Well, by creating my own House of Dragon shot, I found the answer. So join me on the journey. In order to make a believable Dragon VFX video, we needed the right location, and Norway doesn't quite cut it. So I boarded a plane to Iceland to do this the right way. The problem was that there were too many good options to pick from. This entire country looked like it was ruled by dragons at some point. But eventually, we found this really awesome looking waterfall that we could actually walk behind, and I knew I'd found the perfect spot. For the video, I'm gonna be jumping off this ledge, and a dragon will come from underneath, and I will land on it and fly through this waterfall. Quite ambitious, I know. Then we will see me ride the dragon through this epic valley, which my friend Luke helped me film on his drone that makes mine look like a toy.
It's just a baby.
With these shots done, and a bit more sightseeing, I headed home to start working on the VFX. Okay, we need to pause the video a bit because something has happened. So after I posted my last video, an AI company reached out wanting to sponsor me. And did they even watch my last video? But they did say something that intrigued me. We don't see AI as a replacement for VFX artists, no Final Cut on our side, no script, no talking points, which gave me an idea. So I pitched them a real VFX versus AI competition where the audience decides which one is best and they have no say in the script whatsoever. I never thought they would go for this, but I jumped on a call with them to discuss it and secretly recorded it. What would be almost fun would be a very open and honest collaboration where I'm like, in the video I'm like, this is sponsored by Higgsfield, but they gave me complete control to say whatever I want, because I'm sure you guys are used to some hate, but if I'm not sure if you're used to the creator you're sponsoring being critical about AI as well, and if you're fine with that.
Okay, you'll be receiving some negative feedback, but I'm totally okay with that.
Well, okay then. I got this in a solid contract, so there would be no takebacks, and the competition with Higgsfield was on. The first thing we need for our VFX shot is a dragon, and I'm not holding back for this competition, so I'm gonna use this dragon, which is probably the most detailed and high-quality dragon 3D model available online. And I happen to know the creators, and they happily sent it over for this competition. We need some animation for it though, so I assembled the next part of my VFX Avengers team, Rowan. My trusted animator from previous projects will handle the complex flying animation needed for this shot. And while he gets to work on that, I will tackle the waterfall. The waterfall can be replicated by creating a sphere that emits particles outwards and adding gravity to it. We then add some wind turbulence and random wind resistance per particle. However, it's still not looking quite right. But if we calculate the density of the particles by seeing how close each particle is to surrounding particles and make the dense clumps drop faster than the floating solo particles, we end up with a pretty believable waterfall without using a slow real water simulation. You might be wondering why we even need to create a waterfall when we have a real waterfall in the shot.
You dumb?
But we need it for when the dragon flies through the waterfall so we can get some interaction between them. Rowan is almost done working on the animation, but in the meantime, let's take a look at the opening shot. The opening shot is this beautiful drone footage of the waterfall from above, but the problem is that the drone is moving backwards instead of forwards. Usually, this would be an easy fix by putting the shot in reverse, but this leads to the waterfall going the wrong way, and this gave me an idea. Because for this competition, I'll be sending Higgsfield all of my footage for them to create their version, and I'm really curious how they're gonna fix this reverse waterfall. I can fix it myself by tracking the shot, use that track to stabilize the shot, rotoscope out the waterfall, reverse it, and then invert the stabilization to reapply the camera motion, and done. However, I will definitely send Higgsfield the version of it going the wrong way to see how they deal with this dilemma. Another thing I think AI will struggle with is close-up footage of a person with emotion. I didn't film this in Iceland, but I want to make this as challenging as possible for AI, so I pulled up a green screen and shoot footage of me starting to run towards the cliff. I'll composite this later though, because the dragon animation is finally ready. I import the dragon animation to see how it's looking, and it's absolutely perfect. I also asked if he could animate me jumping off the ledge since I didn't really feel like going for a swim that day. And that animation is also looking so nice. To start, I bring in the waterfall we made earlier and position it where the real waterfall is. I then set up the dragon as a collision object and run the simulation again. But the interaction doesn't really look that nice. To fix this, I do a smoke simulation with the dragon as the source, which leads to a flowy wind field. We can then plug this wind motion into our particle waterfall simulation along with the collision we set up earlier, and that looks a lot better. Now it actually feels like the waterfall is wrapping around the dragon due to the air displacement. To light the scene, I use this overcast image as a light source and create a sphere with a hole in it to act as the cave. I set this fake cave as a phantom object in the render, which means we won't see it in the render, but the light will still be affected by it, giving us this nice and realistic lighting. I then give the waterfall a smoke shader, as this looks the most like the mist we see in a real waterfall. Lastly, I use the same lighting for myself jumping off the cliff and hit render. Now let's finally answer the question of why 30 years later it still takes hours to render each frame of a movie. It all starts with looking at how they turned this into this. Well, Toy Story used Reyes, render everything you ever saw, which broke the geometry into a ton of tiny pieces, and for each piece read if the material was shiny or flat and what color it had. It then used this to fake the look of the object. It did this for every tiny piece and finally added a pre-computed shadow map before the image was ready. It's no wonder it took on average 7 hours to render each frame. Nowadays, the process is completely different and almost simpler. When we render, we run a light simulation that bounces millions of lights around the scene to figure out how the light would actually interact with it, just like real light. This is super computationally heavy though, which means even though we have computers that are thousands of times faster now, it still takes hours to render each frame of a movie. Monsters University actually took 29 hours to render per frame with this new rendering technique. Luckily, my render only took 12 hours as I don't render at the insane quality that movies do, but it still left me with this physically accurate dragon and waterfall. I add the renders to my footage, paint out myself, and add fake me before the jump. I then mask out the waterfall render for a smooth transition between the real and fake waterfall, and finally, I color match everything to the shot. I found the waterfall interaction to be a bit underwhelming, so I went back into Houdini, added even more splash along the wings, and a bigger interaction overall, and after rendering it again, I am super happy with the results. Now, how in the world does AI do all of this in only a few seconds? Well, it completely bypasses all of the old techniques and uses a neural network trained on millions of videos to guess what the output should look like based on your prompt. Is that enough to create a convincing dragon scene? Well, it's time to find out. Last video, you guys complained that I misrepresented AI by not utilizing it to its full potential. Well, this time there will be no excuse, because Higgsfield, one of the biggest AI companies, is gonna be creating it. They start by trying to run this shot through a video-to-video model using a prompt written by Claude and a reference of Adil and the dragon, but it fails spectacularly. So instead, they extract the first frame and use an image-to-video model to create the full motion from scratch, which gives them a jump they're happy with, but the dragon emerging doesn't look so good. So they keep running the prompt until they get a version of the dragon that they like, and then finally stitch the shots together in post. For my reverse waterfall challenge, they just use the first frame and prompt the motion with an image-to-video model, which fixes it instantly. But I'm not too worried yet, as we still have the hardest shots coming up, and I will tackle them first. The next shot is this one from the side, and finally we'll tackle this ending drone shot of the dragon flying towards us. After a few days of animating, Rowan sent over this awesome animation, which has the dragon shake off the water from the waterfall. So I set up a water simulation that activates based on the speed of the dragon, so when he shakes, even more water falls off. I then convert the water particles to a mesh and create some geometry to block the light from the mountain so we can render with accurate lighting. For the final shot, I told him to go all out for the animation, and he nailed it, with the dragon flying super close to the camera for an epic ending. Here, I use the same lighting setup as the previous shot and render overnight. To composite the side shot, I add the dragon and water, do some color matching, paint out some people, and finally add this mist asset to blend everything in even better. And you can get this asset plus a bunch more on Maria and I's website, VFX.store. And you can use the code AI30 for 30% off. To be featured in my next video, create a VFX shot with an asset from the store and send it to create@VFX.store. And so everyone has a chance to participate, we are actually making the HUD and UI pack free for a limited time. Anyways, with the mist added, the shot is complete. The ending shot was pretty similar to composite. I just make sure to add some camera shake as he flies over, and it's done. Finally, let's composite this green screen shot. I use Corridor Key to remove the green screen, shout out Nico, and I think this is the best use of AI, as a tool that doesn't take away creative control but just speeds up the work. I then add a cave background and do my best to make it look realistic, but it doesn't really look that good. This is due to bad lighting when we filmed and a lack of compositing skills from my end. So I headed out to a real cave to film it there instead. Sometimes you just can't fake reality, and I'll use real footage and practical assets whenever I can. But good luck doing the same, Mr. AI. Higgsfield gives video to video another go for this shot, and at first it struggles, but eventually they end up with a version they're happy with. They go through the same process for this one before getting a good version, which leaves only this one left. But to make it fair, I also sent them what I shot in the real cave, and they had the audacity to use a video to video model to replace me with Adil.
Identity theft is not a joke, Jim.
And with that, both the VFX and AI versions are complete, so let's take a look. Okay, are you ready to compare VFX versus AI finally?
Yes, I'm so excited. I've been waiting for weeks for this, so
Okay,
let's do it.
Let's start with my VFX shot.
Okay. Oh, it's so epic. No. Oh my days. It looks so real. That could have been Game of Thrones.
Maybe, no.
Sick.
I appreciate it. No, it was really fun to work on this one.
The waterfall integration looks super realistic.
It took a
Like,
long time.
You
but
nailed that. Oh, and the animation. Oh.
I had good help. So like obviously I put it all together and did the lighting and all that, but like the animation and the model and all the help I had with that from other like really good artists was, yeah, it made this come to life. Well, are you ready to see the AI then?
Oh, I don't know if I want to. I have no idea what to expect for the Higgsfield one.
Well, I've seen it once just to get it ready, but I'm very excited to see your reaction.
Okay.
So, all right, let's go.
Oh, it's a different guy.
I've been replaced.
Whoa, that's a big dragon.
Yeah.
And now it's super small.
Yeah.
I like the water touch.
Me too. I want to
Oh.
go add that now.
You
like the water at
should
the lens
actually. That's
is-
actually
yeah.
so good.
There are definitely like some inconsistencies between
There's
the
so many
shots
inconsistencies.
and between the dragon. It doesn't really
It
yeah,
does-
flow together as well.
But the way he falls, that was kind of cool. It was
It's a-
smooth.
yeah,
I
it's a
like the way
smooth
he
fall.
falls.
Yeah.
But now it looks goofy. Like he looks so big
Yeah.
on the dragon.
Yeah, and here it looks more like a falcon almost.
Yeah.
It doesn't get that
that's
epic,
true.
like really close to the camera.
Mm.
But I like the replacement here. That's pretty
Yeah, that's
impressive.
That's
honestly.
actually better than yours, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. who wins in your eyes?
Oh, definitely yours. At least
Let's
now.
go.
Like so
Okay,
far,
yeah,
yours.
yeah.
Like the consistency, the quality, the inconsistency definitely ruined it.
Well, there we go. I guess VFX wins.
Okay then, that was easy. We can finally move on with our lives and never think about AI again. Is what I thought. But Higgsfield wasn't ready to give up quite yet.
But I have a small surprise for you, because they actually sent over one more version.
No way! What? I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Yeah, no, where they just made their own original version of this, just completely without the footage.
Oh, okay.
Just to see how far they can push
Just
AI.
fully prompt.
Full prompt, and they're using Seedance 2.5 for this as well, so this is the best of the best. So, well, 2.5 they can push
Just
AI
fully prompt.
footage.
Oh,
Made their own original version of this, just completely without the footage.
oh, okay.
Just to see how far they can push
Just
AI.
fully prompt.
Full prompt, and they're using Seedance 2.5 for this as well, so this is the best of the best. So we'll see how it holds up. Okay, you ready?
Okay, you can do this. You just have to jump. Just run and jump. That's it.
A lot better acting than I did.
The sound design is really nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
It's pretty epic, like. It's really bad.
Wow, they really. The clouds look amazing.
So, how do you feel now after watching that?
Well, it's pretty good.
You seem like reluctantly wanting to say that. Because I agree. I think it is. It's a lot better. And I think that's kind of, I guess, where AI can shine a little bit, when it can make everything from scratch. But I still feel like you're missing that creative control. Like when they're trying to make it match my vision of what I wanted to make, they couldn't do it. And now they get a pretty epic video, but I'm sure they struggle controlling it exactly what they wanted. I'm sure they were just like, oh, this looks nice. And
There's still inconsistency there.
Right. And I also think they directed it quite well, with him kind of getting hyped up before, and with the jump and the location and all
Yeah.
that. So maybe they're just better directors than I am. But in terms of like matching my vision, where I wanted what I shot in Iceland to have a dragon, the VFX one.
That didn't hold up, no. But it still has this AI look to it.
True.
There's
That's
still some. The clouds look amazing.
It was pretty fun, I think, to watch. Actually, I didn't really check the current state of the art models in the video development field, but it it seems amazing. Like I don't know. I have a lot of ideas, a lot of movie ideas, a lot of short stories, and I don't know. I guess soon I will be able to like create everything that I have in my head, like in days or even hours, and that's pretty scary. And I like the comment that thought about how they The face of the guy. And yeah, it's the worst it will ever be. Yeah, it's so scary. It's scary to do things for years, and later you have like AI that can. Yeah, it's sad to see this happening to all our people, and I don't know actually what a lot of people will do because they learned it. Can you please run it on browser or okay, okay. I want to download how to download it. New document. Save. Where to save desktop? Desktop, desktop, desktop. Desktop. Okay, maybe it will work here better. Allow, allow, allow. Yeah, it works better here. Okay, Nanex's current proposal for personal wiki that is edit centric, not file not centric like Obsidian, or org mod, every keystroke, insertion, deletion, link, summary, navigation, single master action log, local AMM is fine-tuned via dynamic evaluation, aligns the highest gradient descent on each new action that learns to imitate your style, references, priorities, and personality. The model predicts the next action. You approve or correct. Corrections become training data immediately. Mhm. But isn't it computationally expensive to change weights all the time? Like if we have like trillions of parameters. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. Hmm. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I think. Okay. Okay, I guess I need to do meditation.
So, how do you feel now after watching that?
Well, it's pretty good.
So you seem like reluctantly.
Okay, I will. Okay, okay. Now I will work. Yeah, please make sure. Okay. Again, I forgot about switching between screens. Yeah, because it's like MacBook Pro and it very laggy. Let's see stats. Let's see stats. GPU, CPU. Interesting. I never thought that carousels are more effective than videos on like short form websites. Okay, they are advertising their services.
Daydream, I fell asleep amid the flowers for a couple of hours on a beautiful day. Daydream, I dream of you amid the flowers. Daydream.
I did it, but Windows Server, it's still it's a lot of resources. Ah. Okay, maybe let's try to remove Lens Studio to see how it will work. But unfortunately my Kefir face will disappear, but that's fine. So the problem was that Lens Studio application is designed for, I guess this version was designed for Intel chips, while I'm having M chip, and it can cause problems. Am I right? Can you measure, can you tell me the uptime of this laptop? How long? How many days is it running without restarting or rebooting? Okay, can you do the same thing, but dedicated to Guardian Angels? So what's the difference? How can it be implemented in theory, but showing on but with practical examples? So just give me practical in examples of Guardian Angels, and in general explain, give me visual explanation of that, of this article. So I would like you to make it look nice, and in a way that it can be analyzed, like I can get some inspiration from it, maybe to my own projects, my own ideas, my own find my own implementation of it. Yeah. I will reboot it, but after. Uh, but after everything is finished here. Okay, now let's make some. I don't like it actually. I want you to make screenshots of our application for App Store, so we can add those screenshots to the App Store page when we will apply to it, and it will be suitable for all of the guidelines that they have. And I want you to create a prompt, and here are some references that you may use for the inspiration. So our goal is to basically create the best possible screenshots of our application, of breathing view, of our like meditation selection, our cognitive behavior therapy diary, like this diary of mood, and so on and so forth. And I want you to make it look to use the best possible screens, the best possible views, and to make it using the best practices of application marketing. Okay, what's going on here? We hit limits again? What the hell? What? I hope no. I hope no. Okay, now I would like to have the latest version of application where we fixed our onboarding view. I told you what I don't like about it. I don't like that the progress bar is always kind of shifting and it's not symmetrical, and sometimes we get this skip button, sometimes we don't get it, and it affects progress bar experience. The next thing is I said about rectangles. You fixed it, yeah. On my laptop, I tested it and it worked. Like in diary, in some meals like breakfast or throw, we just had lines that divided different foods, and it worked great on laptop, but on mobile version I don't have it. The next thing is that I also wanted to remove completely. I wanted to completely remove light mode, but it's still there and it still makes everything look ugly, in my opinion. I always forget about the fact that I just don't. Okay. You also need to create up screenshots themselves. So I will be able to use them in Claude Design. So Claude Design will use those screenshots in its design because we need actual screenshots from our application, and also create real markdown file which will explain everything that we need, every screen that we need to see on a App Store page, which is dedicated to our application. But why there is only 2 screenshots, and why you created screenshots of the same view, like main screen view? Because I guess it's not that necessary to show different types of same view, like light mode or dark mode, because I guess dark mode is enough by itself. So we will need to show more information about application, like maybe to show how can we add some moods in our cognitive behavior therapy diary, how can we do breathing exercise, how can we choose from different meditations, like different noises for sleep, for focus, for everything. Like, I would like you to basically show more diverse pictures and write prompt that will use those references as true references and produce something like combination of references and our own vision, our own secret sauce features, our own outstanding, our own features that are different from others and that are unique and make our application special compared to others. Well, actually, in my opinion, pure markdown files are pretty good at it. Like, I generated some skills that store history of our communication in markdown file, and they do it pretty good, pretty neat. Like, if we do it, like if we do this kind of storage for all fields that we're working on, all spheres of interest, if we do it for every sphere of interest, it will be great. But maybe the idea of this Nenex is based on that we don't want to create individual model for every subfield, because it won't understand some context. Like, with this model, with this custom model, custom skill, I would say, a custom / command that I've created, we talk only dedicated to one particular topic, and it understands, it knows about me only the facts that I propose it based on previous discussions, and it stores information from previous discussions in its memory in the form of markdown files. And those markdown files, they are kind of accumulate over time, and it understands me better, sometimes even better than I understand myself, because it can connect those dots between those markdown files. It can find some interesting insights based on those sessions that I can't find by myself, that I can't see from my point of view, and I need to other point of view, unbiased point of view, and unbiased in either sides. Like, it's not too judgmental, and it's not too like friendly. I don't and I think that it's more than enough for most of the use cases. What's going on? Okay. Yeah, that's what what I was talking about. It's like a question shape should have shape like across everything I have ever written. Yeah, and that's a problem, because in order to have a good memory about you need to actually connect all of the subfields that you're interested in together. But the problem is that nowadays it's pretty hard, because my Obsidian Vault, it contains a lot of information. It contains a lot of notes from educational notes, planning notes, calendar notes, and it's hard to build my picture, and it needs to have some kind of it needs to, like, it's easy to explain, like, it needs to install a lot of information in it every time it tries to answer question. I asked it to answer questions, but based on all of the information that it has about me, all of the information in Obsidian, and because it needs to check everything, basically it installs everything about me every time in its memory, and I guess it's pretty inefficient in terms of work. If you do it like 100 times per day, you install yourself 100 times per day. Yeah, it can like store some memory and context, but in general, like we basically waste our context on information about ourselves. But why won't we just install it inside models weight, inside models self-perception, and update it based on what we answer? But like I don't really understand in terms of computation how it works. Like if we have trillion parameters, but probably we don't need trillions. So if you have very huge models and if we update them all of the time, isn't it like very inefficient as well? Well, I guess I needed to ask this question to Claude. So my question is, inside this idea, he proposes that our model will be updated all of the time. As I understood, he proposes to update the model itself all of the time, like based on our interaction with ourselves. So we do something, we write something, and the model updates its weights every time. Yeah. Current approach, at least what I'm doing now, I have one project, I have one skill that stores memory about our sessions all of the time. Every session is inside inside a folder, and its folder stores markdown files dedicated to all of the sessions that we had so far. So, but this approach is pretty good, but the problem is that it only works on the narrow field of interest of myself, but I have a lot of more in my head, and sometimes actually I notice when I communicate with it, when I try to talk with it about different topics that it hasn't found about me yet, it gives me like not really relevant information. It helps me worse, but the good thing is that it can connect our different sessions, and it remembers things that I don't remember. It can find some connections between things that I can't find connections in, and it's a good thing. And in theory, if I develop such tool for every field that I'm interested in, like if I develop this tool for AI, for, I don't know, music, for startups, for psychology, and it will automatically switch between skills. Like if I ask questions dedicated to, I don't know, AI, it will switch to skill that is built for AI, and it will switch to its session history, and it will be pretty efficient in terms of memory. But the problem is that if we truly want it to understand ourselves completely, we need to install everything about us, like kind of read all of the Obsidian Vault, which can have different topics that we find interesting, and those different wide range of topics, they kind of make us who we are. And so we analyze and every time we ask questions, it downloads all of the information from our vault. Let's imagine it has like some, I don't know, like 3,000 pages worth of information, and it's downloads it every time it needs to answer basic questions, like some, for example, I don't know, I want to ask it, give me like nice menu for week if I will do intensive gym training this week, like based on my personality, based on my experience, based on my taste, based on history of things that I store about it in my Obsidian Vault. It's a theoretical example, but let's just say that it's looks like this. And so we kinda, every time we try to ask these questions, we ask it to read thousands of pages of information every time. And isn't it more efficient to just install every information about ourselves in its identity, in its weights? But my question is, if we can install it in weights, yeah, not if, but if we made it like identity based on our personality, and it will be stored in its weights forever. And but the question is, like, Gwern said that he thinks that it's need to update its weights all the time, like in this example. It asks some questions, we answer it, like if we accept it or reject it, we want to correct it, and it adds it in some kind of .log file, and this .log file appends. It has all of the interactions that we had so far. It has history of all of the interactions that we had so far, and this .log file, it kind of updates those weights, but if our model, let's imagine it's a local LLM, if it's like has trillion parameters, isn't it inefficient to update weights all the time based on all that information? Or we actually don't So in terms of computation, what is more efficient, updating our weights all the time, or reading 1,000 pages every time we ask something? Well, it can be not reading all the time. It can be just storing it in context, but still storing such amount of information in context is huge. Why won't we just store it in our weights instead, like our personality, AI personality instead? But my question is related to computation. Can you please make a visualization explaining what is more efficient in terms of computation, storing information in weights or other kind of storage of model? Maybe other approaches can be available in the future, like hypothetical approaches, or all of the time loading all of the information about principle to the context and storing it in context until it's collapse, and then again store the same information, maybe little bit updated, but it doesn't matter. The question is, I guess, I hope you understand what what I'm asking you. Well, I told it a little essay. Nobody is watching. my streams, but that's fine. That's just fine. True references and produce something like combination of references and our own vision, our own secret sauce features, our own outstanding, our own very huge models. Okay, okay. The primary object is not MD, is a sequence of action. File is just a fold over the log. Okay. The primary object is not MD, it is a sequence of actions, each one serializable, each one replayable. The node you see is what you get by running the log forward from the beginning. Version control already works this way. The difference is here the log is granular enough and structured enough for a model to learn from. Jug the scrabbler, the buffer on the right is not stored anywhere, it's being recomputed from the action on the left. Okay. Replay shows the log. But what is the problem of storing it like this? What is the problem of inserted text, inserted file, unbox some this project, reject, reflect, insert, delete again, section level. Yeah, yeah. What was I talking about? Okay. Okay, guys, now I will work with screenshots. And for today, I guess our streaming is over. It was pretty nice session. Learned a lot, did a lot, read some interesting ideas, thought about some interesting ideas, watched some video dedicated to AI for video generations, and honestly, I didn't expect that they their progress was so amazing. Like, I remember times when there was a Will Smith videos where he ate spaghetti and it was terrible, but now those Dragon videos, it's better than professional VFX artists team makes in hours or even in days. So we're living in pretty interesting time, and I guess building in this time is also pretty unique experience and pretty interesting one, and we should appreciate this opportunity that we live in this time where we can build things that we want to exist, that we can iterate, we can try, we can fail, we can try again, and without the need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on your iterations. And I will do my best to spend this time wisely. I hope I will build something useful for our people as well, and of course for me, because everything I'm building out of my needs that I can find in other applications, in other solutions. And I just curious person. I like to build things, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. I'm grateful for this day, and I hope tomorrow will be even better. Like, if every day is like 0.1% better, then everything will be great. So, see you guys. Stay tuned.